I'm probably going to finish this game tomorrow because we're on case 4 and there's only 6 cases. So I think today we're going to finish up case 4, get somewhat into case 5, and finish up tomorrow. And I think what I'm going to do is finally finish learning a hat in time.
On the table, Holmes. You should take a
so
look.
Before I go back to work, I want to be able to like actually do runs of that game and start doing that. But yeah, so it's like raining and we're doing something. Yeah, something's wrong. Yeah, there's like some sort of murder. I forgot what the details are, but what were we doing?
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
Oh, letter. Where's the letter?
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
God damn, this game is hard. Where's the letter? Is that the letter? Oh, that's the letter.
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting
Hello
that
there,
he was in
Ramen.
a hurry when he wrote this letter.
Yes, EA. That could mean multiple things. I agree,
A wax seal with the monogram EB.
Ebola? Perhaps?
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
Yes, I see. Very interesting. Dear Mr. Holmes, very glad you're... I found it, but not business. Sir, I'm Inspector Lestrade. Oh, right, yeah. Lestrade wanted our presence specifically. And Holmes was like, oh, Lestrade never does that unless it's important. So,
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace
Murder?
is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
and I do like how all the cases have been a bit different. The first one was just kind of like more or less a murder. The second one, we had a train disappear. We had to figure out what was going on with that. And this past third case was... it was a murder, but the main mystery was kind of the weapon used, I would say. Like how the murder itself took place. Whereas the big thing with the first one was more who the suspect was. I'll be curious to see what the big thing with this one is going to be. What's going to set this away from the others.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
His own
Yes,
poker.
the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
All right.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself.
Oh.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your
Is that
loss.
makeup or
Please
like a
accept
black
my
eye?
deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that,
Yeah.
even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Character. Fresh bruises. Oh. Elegant dress, gold brooch, kangaroo and emu, Australian horse. Gold bruises on her hand. Wedding ring. Something cheeks, I think? Pale cheeks.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Interesting.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you... Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again.
Alright, so this guy was
Sir
a
Eustace
douche,
was a drunkard.
apparently.
To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship? Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir.
He has wrinkle. Caring. Working hands. Coffee stain.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the
I'm
chair and him
starting
on
to
the floor with
think
his head
that
smashed.
she may have, like,
That's
paid
all I
them
know.
or something to commit the murder. That's where my thought process is taking first. And in that case, I would find that understandable. Oh, this time. Later. But a full description, the game's time, the elder Jack Randall, man 40, William Randall, Melvin Randall, pirate career.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
See, like, for all we know, they weren't even there, right? Like, we're just taking their statements, basically, like, at, like...
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Oh? Ooh.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
Open it up, bitch.
Lady Brackenstall,
Like, it
you
could be a
open
cover-up
this
for,
wall
like,
safe?
her and Teresa
No. It
being
is
the
my
ones that
husband's
killed
safe.
them.
I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
My mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room?
Let us try to open this safe. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Oh, wrong buttons. Okay, there we go. I feel like that's not how you would actually crack a safe. Not really how it works. Is that a medical report? Your physical and mental states are of great concern. Hepatic decompensation. Some sort of liver disease? Lung abscess, leg cramps. Guy's drinking too much, he's got tremors, his liver's fucked. Something in a peritoneal cavity. And a swollen stomach, pain in left rib. Alright, this dude looks like he's pretty fucked.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal. Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
Teresa, do you have anything else in this room? Or is it time to...
Oh, what a horrible...
Now we do have some clues. I'm wondering if we can, Okay, so we do have something already. The robbery was faked and the whole story invented in order to blame Sir Eustace's death on Randall gang. Yeah, my inclination is to say that the Randalls weren't actually here. Until we get like concrete evidence that says they were.
The body is still in the dining room where the murder took place.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Alright, what small detail? Mantelpiece. Cut bell.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Bell rope? Is that like something that calls for someone? I'm assuming?
So, Watson?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
A fur trader's cabin. The head was cracked with the force of the blow. That must be the murder weapon. Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon. Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Oh,
It
there's
is covered
blood on
in
it.
blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
Death of Eustace could have been due to the poker. Axe? Nah. I think it was the blow. Those two aren't connected. Ah, okay, that's the rope.
Sailor's knots.
I think.
That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me.
Oh, interesting. Getting a scent hound.
The hunting scene. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen.
Yeah, see, like, it's weird that, like, they would murder this dude and then not take anything. It seems like nothing
These
was
wine
taken.
bottles are an empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
Or they stole that. I mean, it seems like they didn't steal anything that was, like, of particular value. Oh, something I missed.
A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Which seems a little bit odd.
A
don't you
deer
think?
hunt. A decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed.
Oh, I think it's like for absinthe.
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
Quite odd.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
Okay, Sherlock.
Antique hunting weapons. The hunting scene.
I think I want to see if I can go into this
This door leads to the upstairs bed.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Guess we're not going up there then. What's over here? Maybe there's nothing to look at out here, you can say? Maybe down here?
The death was instant.
A trapper's hut. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall. Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord George Brackenstall.
Ah, the lords.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
Interesting. Violent behavior. 2 classes, maybe? It was violent towards. There were 3 people drinking wine out of these glasses. One of if I prefer to 2 people drinking. See, I feel like if it's 2 people, maybe that confirms it was, you know, just like him and his wife or something. So I'm gonna go with 2 people. Yeah, those are not connected. More I can get out of the lady. Oh, it's also the scent hound. So
There are 3
that's going to lead to
glasses on the
something.
dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship? Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is
Yeah,
true
so the 2 of them
that he
obviously
once
don't
threw
really
a
like Sir
decanter at me,
Eustace.
and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her. Please leave my men.
Oh, what a
Inspect a room where she's resting. So did I not find everything then? Oh, small table.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
Yeah, I feel like it really is pointing towards the 2 of them, like, doing something. Conspiring. From Australia, no personal life? Lady Brackenstall married Sir Eustace shortly after remained at the time. There's little possibility she and her maid are he's acquired with someone from the Rock at Gilbert. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Alright, so then there's still something in the room that he was murdered in. That is what this is trying to tell me. What's... Oh, the bell rope, maybe? Maybe I can... Found the bell rope. There's the body.
A fur trader's cabin. This door...
Stairs. There we've looked at. Oh, the chair? Oh, right. We found the...
This is the chair.
So, as really the last thing we had to do was look at the actual chair. Okay. Our next lead. Gotta get Toby. Thought Toby was a cat, though. Didn't think he was a scent hound. I guess we just didn't get too good of a look at him. Da, 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 But yeah, if my suspicions are right, and she, like, basically arranged to get Sir Eustace killed, I feel like that's something that I would absolve her for, because he obviously is, like, a major piece of shit. I think that would be the morally just thing to do. Oh, there's Toby. Oh, he is a dog.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's...
Wait, now what? Oh, I guess now I have him with me, so we go back to the scene and sniff. Yeah, there he is. He's with us. He's a good dog. He's a good boy. Although thus far it seems that we can't pet the dog, which kind of sucks. Everyone knows that games get better when you're allowed to pet the dog. Elementary, dear Watson.
Search, Toby.
It's gonna, like, go back to her, isn't it? Isn't he? Oh, okay, even better. Maybe we don't get to pet the dog, but we get to play as the dog. Oh? Is Sherlock, like, right behind me or something? No.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
Woof. Little Timmy fell down the well.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
And then over the wall.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
Well, we's about to find out.
This hook might be useful. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty. Small gardening tools. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved.
What do we got?
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it? Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
Uh-huh. So they didn't really make it off with it. They just grabbed it.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Yeah. I'm going with this. The robbery wasn't actually a robbery. Murder was murdered by one person who was visiting at night. It was he who tied up Lady Bracken. Tall and strong. Alright, so I guess we'll go talk to them, and then... Looks like I gotta analyze the rope a little further. See where that leads us.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Talk to her about the sailor, maybe? I guess the option's gonna be... Oh, the silverware.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed. Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
It's up to us, chat. We got this. Perhaps we'll find out the material made from it, and then we'll, like, unlock a new place to go to. Otherwise, this case seems like it's going to be fairly short.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different. The fibers from this cut. If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
So a knife was used. The rope was cut with a sharp knife, tied quickly in sailors. So I further had sailors back.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Rocket Guild. 1893. Wrong button. 1890. Rock Gibraltar. There we go. A bulk carrier from the Adelaide, Southampton, London line. 6-month voyage, India, New Zealand, and Australia. Brought to England, Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, only land and tin mine. Huh?
Here it is.
Okay. So maybe we should be looking for that particular ship.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend
Wow,
you're
I've
from
been pronouncing that
Scotland
very
Yard,
wrong.
they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Yeah, calling the specialist. As for Wiggins, there we go. Wiggins. Let's call him.
Brave Tope.
The specialists, aka the kids that we give like $1 to. And have them do our dirty work.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3 hours later.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins. This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Who was on the... It was this then, right? Because if they departed and they arrived on November 12th... Here we go, this guy.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Oh.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
It would help if I knew what year we're in, because I'm not actually sure.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime. I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case.
Oh.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime. Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
I see. Let's see. Herbert and...
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This
And Herbert's at sea too.
Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
Oh, the murder day was in the top left. Thank goodness on that.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Sometime later.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Clear look, honest. Strong build. Means he would be capable of doing all of this. I heard that right. Dirty pants. Newspaper. Clean boot. And he's got a knife on him. Oh boy.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Sailor's knots.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Shark. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
Parker is lying. His vomit is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard I was looking for him. His involvement, I'm gonna say. Jack Carger is a murderer, and you will bring him. Murder's committed in self-defense. Jack Carger is a man. The mystery is solved. You decide to keep his secret. There is no need to inform the police. I feel like that's it. Is that really it, though? Just out of curiosity, let's see what else we can, like, possibly conclude. If the robbery was the motive, there were 3 people. The Randall gang. The case is too simple for you. Take this opportunity to give all the credit to your friend Lestrade. Your name will not appear in the press. The speed with which you resolve this thorny problem is indicative of units. The police naturally only demonstrated their incompetence. Trump the police. Deadly accident. Accident caused by Stover's wife. Lady Brackenstall may committed the crime in self-defense. You decide there is no point in blaming Portland. Her may kill uses to cover the crime to desert to treat as a criminal. I am gonna go with. I think he did it. But I'm gonna, like, absolve him. Like, I feel like this dude was an asshole. Yeah, I'll keep it a secret. I feel like that's the right thing to do here. TBH.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
So we're gonna tell him and be like, I ain't gonna tell anyone. You're cool with me. So that's the
Why
shortest
did you
case
make
we've
me
had.
come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife, the knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear, and it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Wait, what? But I said to absolve. This is like not what I meant to do. Solving
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wish only to test your sincerity, and your words and deeds have far exceeded my expectations. See here, Captain Crocker, we'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury. Captain Crocker, the evidence shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced this night.
Good. That's what I want. Yeah.
Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
I can't tell if Lestrade caught on or if he's just dumb. He was murdered. They staged the robbery. I was right. The captain is the killer. %93 of people saw. 64% made the same moral choice. Well, at least it's the majority. I would have thought that more people would have absolved him. Well, that was pretty quick. So that was the 4th case. So now we have 2 more cases to do. I'm just gonna let this little intro thing play, then I'm gonna be going to the bathroom.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What?
Nice one.
Where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Okay, Sherlock.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Let us go. So yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, I'm back. And I'm eating some bread. Well, this is a really long load. There we go.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
It was me. I am the plant thief.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you.
Albert.
What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
This is going to be an interesting case, I think.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible.
So it's turned
Excuse
into
me,
a
gentlemen,
murder
but
case.
I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand. The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
What should we do next?
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
Doesn't sound like a random part to me.
The esconsson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire. These windows were perfectly cleaned. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow.
Was someone hit?
A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Do not
According to this...
Hello, Rohan. Hope you're doing well this afternoon. Ooh,
Can I
let's
help
see.
you, gentlemen?
Hello there, Albert. That is his real name. It probably is. Like red eyes. Consumed by baby cut and clean hands.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then that is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
So still 3 more people. Let's get. Where is so here? Can we talk to you again? Now that we're like investigating a murder, should have been able to talk to him. I guess we don't technically know if it's a murder, but probably smart.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Sure it was. Expensive glass. Dirty collar. Oh, those damn clothes are dirty. Unmarried. And he has gardener's hand. So his hands are like...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Your internet died? That sucks.
Colonial
Glad to have you
collection.
back, though.
Palm house. Water lily greenhouse. Dry tropics. Ventilation system. Seed house. Nursery. Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. A map of Kew Gardens.
Guarantee you that the ventilation system was used somehow.
Reserve.
Object of interest. Map of Keck W. Yes.
Locked.
Locked. Rude.
Locked. Locked.
Locked.
Nursery.
Trying to investigate a murder and they're just locking all the doors on me.
Nursery. Locked.
Is this the ventilation room then?
Locked.
Seed house.
Locked. Seed house.
Can't go into the seed house.
There is a smell of burning.
Oh, heck. Something's burning. Someone's poking the smut. Fireplace. Broken pot. There's something there. Oh yeah, that's definitely a
The
broken
symbol
pot.
is not from Kew Gardens. A
Fascinating.
broom handle was half burned.
Why are all these random
The
things being
remains of a
burned?
picture frame.
A gas
A protective mask.
See, I knew the ventilation system had to be involved. There was probably like poison or something. Somehow.
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire?
That's
The
the
door
broken
handle
door
to the
handle.
colonial collection
Yep,
and that of the
that's what I thought.
fireplace are made of the same material. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Are those perhaps the stolen plant? That would be really odd.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A ventilation system. It should... A water tank.
Water tank. Interesting.
Seed house.
Oh.
Dry tropics.
Oh, is that it? I thought there was something like on the shelf. I guess it was that.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Is that the same symbol that we found on the other pot then?
According to this,
Now we're back here. There's something suspicious about that. I think the next thing we gotta do is go and search the archives. Some more information. It will give us like 3 pieces of evidence, I think. Archives.
That is not the one I need.
Oh, exotic plants. Alright, see, some of the stolen plants are toxic to humans. Suspicious.
Here it is.
For the symbol of the broken plot?
That is not...
Where one the god.
Here it is.
Well, that's
The
definitely
Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
That is hella out of place. The fuck is Crystallis adding me on Twitter? Oh, Hell's Kitchen outfit. I'll give that a like and a nice. Let's see, that'll also probably be London Gardens. So here we go. Seymour's Garden. Garden equipment and supplies.
Here it is.
Hey there, Chrysalis. Beautiful outfit. Thank you for showing it to me. Haven't made any deductions yet. Alright, evidently there's something I missed, because I can still investigate the area. what's happening? So we went to this botanical garden because there was like stolen plants, and Sherlock wanted to investigate them. But what he really wanted to do was to get some exotic flowers for the bunch of bees that he's got in his apartment now, because he wants like fancy homemade honey. And it turns out that the director of the garden died like 2 days ago of a heart attack. But you know, it's like heart attack. And now we're investigating it because it seems like it may have actually been some sort of murder. Yeah, Holmes wanted to smoke some of that sticky icky. That's actually what's going on. Also, it's kind of annoying because it takes like forever to load the garden because it's so fucking big.
Locked. Locked.
Can I talk to you again? I can talk to you again.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Yeah, okay.
Would you
okay.
unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
And it's like, I can't let you in there. Things are private. More like you're the murderer, private. Yes, Chris, as you have pointed out, this game has crap frame rate before.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
One here is
Thank
useless.
you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Harm House.
Have I been in this room before? I don't think I have. No, wait, no, I think I have. I probably haven't. I've maybe been here before. Oh,
According to this,
useless.
What should we do next?
water lily. These windows were perfectly cleaned.
Yeah, like, what else am I supposed to investigate in this area? I don't get it. I'm overlooking something dumb, probably. Yeah, this music is
Dry
pretty epic.
tropics.
Gives me that crime-solving mystery feel. So we investigated the pots. It's gonna be something dumb. Like there's gonna be something laying off in the corner that like I'm not noticing. Already investigated the fire. What else is there? The lawnmower?
What should we do next, Holmes?
I don't know, Watson. So I was trying to ask you.
Locked. Locked.
Yeah, I know the map is an area of interest. And the ventilation system is, but...
Locked. A ventilation system.
Nothing for imagination? Oh, wait, what? That is something. Or, I don't know, that's just like maybe imagining the crime. I guess there's nothing on this side either.
Locked.
Just be careful with...
Okay, what in the fresh dick am I supposed to do? No, that was in the game.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy.
There's something in this room? I knew it was something dumb I overlooked.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish.
Who's
Sweep out
Martin?
the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Doesn't sound fun.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Oh my god, that not need anything?
According to this, no, it wasn't like that.
Oh, I guess this is what I'm supposed to do.
No, it wasn't like that.
Yes, they're the only two things.
No, it wasn't like that. No, it wasn't like that.
What? I don't get this. So, breaking a door happened first. And knocking over the pot happened second, right?
No, it wasn't like that.
Knocking over the pot was first, and then he broke down the door?
No, it wasn't like that.
Okay, Alright, I have to look this up because I have no clue what you're supposed to do from here. Literally cheating. I'm the worst. And oh,
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign.
how did I
and they
miss
were
that?
injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination.
See, like,
to
I
make sense of it.
investigated, like, the sign break, and I didn't notice that there was blood I had to look at, too. Alright, see, now it makes sense. First, the door broke down. Then he knocked over a pot, and finally, falling on the fence. Hog.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Stalking. We got a brain cell. We must perform an autopsy. To the Scotland Yard. Don't do the crime if you can't do the crime. That's what they always say. Those are probably going to get a decent bit from the autopsy. I'm sure we're going to learn that there is like
I
something
asked
funky
Inspector
in the system.
Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
Yoink. Lubbock.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Yes, how's his dick? Can't look at his.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Yes, the heart. Let's see.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
This heart looks so fucking funny.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
Hearts. Let's look at the banana.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
A light breakfast.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
Ain't that a mood?
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Now what about the lung? Oh, the intestine. What about the lungs?
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Yes, that's a word. Oh!
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Interesting.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
So this is
No,
what the humans
a
like to
few
call a
innocuous
pogger.
questions at Kew will suffice.
Hey,
as well as a
Drasus.
discreet delve into their
Thank you
personal
for the
affairs.
subscription.
Yes, Watson.
20 months.
It is time now.
I appreciate
to
that.
open the
Hope you're doing
doors.
well.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Poisoning the deadly plants. You got a brain cell. The killers may be those who stole the exotic plants from the last exhibition. A theft and a murder. Oh yeah, so I guess you never figured it out the other day then? That sucks. Let's see, have they been... Can we interrogate
Locked.
people? Oh no, not yet.
Locked.
Back to the gardens. I am also going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. Alright, and I'm back. Oh, I haven't heard about that. The Windows update. That's pretty shitty.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
You're like one of the only people that fucking work
As
here. How do you not
deputy
know?
director, how is your relationship with
This guy's
Montague Dunn?
suspicious.
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Calling him a homosexual.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Oh no, that was like
Well,
2
it's no
cases
secret
ago.
that he
We're on the
enjoyed,
case 5 now.
Celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly,
Ooh.
Mr. Holmes.
An eye for the ladies.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Well, he
we're
was
going to
never
be
interested
starting
in Kew Gardens
episode
before.
13 of Hell's
And now
Kitchen
all of a
tonight.
sudden he's trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience.
After a bit of
No,
geoguessr.
none at all.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was.
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Oh,
Are you able to elaborate on that?
this guy seems to be a dude.
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure.
Oh, wow.
It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
What a dick.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who was such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Probably has big hoo-haws, too.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Alright, incel.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Locked.
Yeah, can we not get the keys to enter there now? Like, what's up with that?
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Or maybe he just, like, is not answering it in that way for some reason.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Nice.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
A likely
I imagine
story.
that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
I don't think he
Would you
did
please
it.
tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Maybe he didn't
Well,
like
I
his
have to tell you
dad,
that
but
Mr. Hamish is not and has
he
never
also
been
kind
the
of like,
deputy
seems
director
like
of
a
Kew
complicated
Gardens.
relationship.
My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed. That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. That my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone, dismissively, with indifference.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Oh, we can get a brain cell. Brain cell time. Dune was poisoned. After being trapped, he was affected by inhaling a Vegeta. Alright, time to hit that office.
Locked.
Not anymore.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Excellent. Oh, letter. My dearest Margaret, have you taken position here? Ooh, the breakup. Oh, ooh. They were doing things, weren't they? We'll probably find the combination to that later.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Champagne.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine, a remarkable vintage.
Alright, so we just have that safe. And now the other room.
Locked. This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Ah, got him.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance was... The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a
Toby!
faint scent.
Nice, we can grab Toby again.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert. Chemicals.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory. I don't hear anything.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Neat.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Evidence.
It appears as though the protective equipment is... Gloves.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Oh. I like that. I like that. This is definitely a lot more complicated than other ones that we've done. Oh! I didn't realize I could slide. Okay. Um... I feel like this is kind of getting somewhere. There we go.
Open.
Pog.
Martin Hamish's locker. Father and I, Kew Gardens.
fascinating.
A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Sherlock says Pog at the end of every case. Watson says easy clap.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
I'd pay to see that movie. Alright, let's see what Albert's got.
locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College. Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University.
Oh, whoa. Who's that?
Miss White's locker.
Miss Titanium White.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Yeah, let's see.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Family's reply. Everything else I'm not these passing left out regardless. Damn, got some beef with parents.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
My studies how can I print more expensive? I fear that. Ooh, kind of guilty. I know if I don't know. Your devoted servant. Ooh, Albert's bottom. That's some interesting piece of information. Are none of these like connected? No, Albert is the other guy that works here. Alright, so he's working in like the seed room.
Locked.
Well, we can go into the nursery because we got the key.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Good shit.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Whoa, you want a
This
horticultural
poster is for an
competition?
exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing. But it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens.
Interesting.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
Blued.
A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish. These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Okay, so nothing else of interest in the nursery?
We can see the interior of the...
Oh, hello, a bust.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Will we find the missing piece, the chipped piece?
It is a bust.
All right,
I'm
yeah, there it
curious
is,
if the
right there.
marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The
It
marble
does.
fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. The seeds of plant species are...
Nothing else in this room then? Don't look like it.
locked. Seed. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the outlets. A book about ships. These leather gloves are new and of good materials for this place.
Albert's got his own little office. I like how we just we're not talking to her. Like, it must be pretty funny. Just like wandering around looking at shit.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Keep it in your
Why,
pants,
thank you,
Watson.
sir. And good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
We are. And you're a suspect. Expensive perfume. Kink marks. Poor family. And unmarried. Hog.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honour.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Very obvious. Ah, yes. We need...
Hugh got...
Here's what we're doing. Not yet. Hello, Mr. Liar.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
That's wrong.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Martin Hamish had a motive with his pilot. Yes. I wonder, how am I supposed to know the combination for that safe though?
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Wrong.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again.
Albert's motive. So then there's this safe. One, two, and 1, 2, 3. 2. 3. 4. That's what I did last time, though. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've never seen like a safe list before. Yeah, it's definitely more of like playing it for the story than the amazing gameplay. A lawyer's help. He protects the species. Bind syndicate have no right to bear such precious plans. But he knew who the syndicate was. The turn of our dear sisters. Oh, okay. So he got into some trouble with this divine syndicate.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
A debt of Miss Margaret Wright to Dr. Rental of Sweet Rooms, Educational Scholarship, first open at Hamilton, Radigan House Tailors, third son, Jewelers. Getting some more brain cells. One final check around the office. Don't think there's anything I'm missing here. Okay, so back to Baker Street to check the archives and grab Toby. The mighty, mighty tiger. So one of these 3 people did it. Who do y'all think done it? I think it was Mr. Hamish. Oh, that is some hella lag right there. Yeah, that's the game lagging, by the way. The stream is fine. Sherlock Holmes' house takes a long time to render. Oh yeah, for sure. Albert's a weirdo. Miss White seems alright. I mean, she's probably the murderer. You think you like someone, and then they end up being a murderer. Isn't that right, Ella? My dude. You know, it's pretty cool how, like, what was it, like, ancient Venice or something? Their leaders used to be called dude. 1989. Scandal of Divine Syndicate.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Alright, let's snag Toby too.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Yeah, as far like from what I've been able to tell, it sounds like there's some sort of like cult or like an organization. Alright, back to the gardens. Maybe we'll finish off where we're supposed to get the gardens, and we'll go to the Divine Syndicate. I actually forgot what exactly it is we need Toby to smell, like a flower, I think. The strange scent from the laboratory. Oh, right, yeah. The bottle, there's like little traces of something. Which I'm sure is going to lead us to the ventilation. So I feel like that has something important to do with the case. I think that's how the poison or whatever got to Montague. I think it was through the ventilation system.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. Search, Toby. Search.
Oh yeah, one of the best parts about this game, you get to actually control Toby. You can play as the dog. Oh, that is not where I was expecting us to go. Yeah, I was expecting us to take to the ventilation area.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
Oh, okay,
This
that's where
is
the bottle
that
is.
was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Is it a poisonous caterpillar?
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Alright, cool. So yeah, we'll go to the Divine Syndicate now. Still think we can't make any more connections here. Oh, White and Dunn? Miss White and Mr. Dune had a recent disagreement. That's probably going to lead to whatever her motive would potentially be.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sun. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
Okay, Watson.
Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
Yeah, I don't know why they have him talking like Yoda.
Green Grand Mystic himself.
He's green, so
This
I guess it is Yoda.
Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Tattoo. Fingertip callus. And an acid burn. Oh. Interesting.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la. Good. I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place.
That's literally all we have to do, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you can go to our
Thank you
sacred
so
temple."
much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called.
Oh,
It is
okay.
near the entrance.
We have to drink something too.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Ooh. What have we here?
The Kew Gardens symbol. Fragments of a fragment of...
That is certainly something interesting. Gerald's
That should be
table,
the
Pog.
raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
Is that cocaine?
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of
Yep.
cocaine.
The caterpillars.
They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Just yoinked some caterpillars.
A tropical plant. A tropical... These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
We're just cleaning house.
A tropical plant. A tropical...
Yeah, these are gonna be nothing either, I think.
A tro... A tro...
Hello, random person.
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. This door...
Oh, another door to open. Slide that one over. So that's the only one there. So that has to be like that. Oh, it was cocaine. But yes. So if we follow that. The next thing we have to do is connect this. Oh, there we go. That was easy. I thought there was more to do. Oh, I don't think it was like exactly cocaine, but Watson
A
commented it's
vast
like
amount
cocaine.
of opium.
And that's a fuck ton of opium. Yeah.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Hell yeah. Who's ready to smoke some opium?
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Alright, so I think Miss White is a part of this divine syndicate.
That would be enough to perform.
Alright, who are you?
Praise the
Oh, you're just some random adept. Okay.
The list of plant friends.
Let's see, what do we have in terms of... I think the game's about to crash on me. It was either opium or cocaine. Like the original Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, there we go. The game crashed. I can kind of see why they have offered this game up for free. This is the second time it's crashed while I've been playing it. Just give me a second, I'll get it back up. Yeah, I knew it was one of those. It's kind of funny because it's all like, you know, oh, Sherlock Holmes, like, total genius. And it's like, well, no, actually, in the original, he's just, like, coked out of his mind all the time. Hopefully that saved most of my progress. I mean, the game does seem to auto-save fairly often, which is nice. Oh yeah, by the way, address this. If on Discord, if you link your Twitch account to your Discord,
The list of
you'll be able to
plant
like
friends
use
and
my
benefactors,
emotes anywhere on
lawyers, well-known
Discord.
manufacturers, political leaders.
Not that I know how often you really use emotes, but yeah. Also cool, like literally brought me right back there. Maybe I can go talk to him again? I don't know what I can do with that chemistry set.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Interesting.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Stole all but the deadly plants? Syndicate killed him. Nah, I'm not gonna. I don't think it's that. I think we still have some more truth to find in this case. Yeah, we need. Yeah, this is important. We found that flask thanks to Toby. So I think we need to go do an analysis of this and find out what that. And that's probably going to be whatever the toxin is that was found in Dung's lung. Dung lung. Analysis time.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found. A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Just straight up drinks it. Classic Sherlock.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette. Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Are related to poison. Ooh, we had to do an experiment.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to
Evidence required? But we have the caterpillar. Do I have to go back? I guess I have to go back to the Divine Syndicate, get the alkaloid back. That just seems really tedious. So that means we could have up to like 4 potential suspects. Syndicate and the 3 people that work there.
This substance is an perfect what?
So now I have to go back to Baker's. I guess this makes up for the previous one being like, because the previous case I did it in like 40 minutes. It was basically just like more of a moral decision than like a long drawn out case. But I think we should be just about nearing the end of this case here. Although, given that some shenanigans, I feel like it's pointing towards Miss White did it, but like I don't understand what her motivation would be necessarily.
I imagine that one of these plants would be... I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all...
Gas mask time.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
And now one becomes active.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. No reaction. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding.
Okay, maybe... So I need to deactivate this one.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant... How interesting. What a strong... I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. I find the behavior... How interesting. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. I am interested in... No reaction. My word. It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed.
Is there anything else I can do? Oh, I can swap them. Oh, wait.
This plant becomes inactive. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
There we go. That's what I was supposed to do. I kind of figured out after like a second. I was like, wait, I swapped them.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time.
Okay, back to the garden. Oh, Delhi Prison? Or studies. That's just, yeah, the game taking a while to load again, by the way. Albert. I will kill his own father in dream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that Albert did it. Like, the only way I see Albert doing it would be... The only way I see it being Albert is if it was somehow a mistake. That's really the only way I see this as happening. I mean, still need the information to maybe say that Amish is the one that did it. Okay, as much as I've enjoyed playing this game, I'm gonna look forward to when I'm done with it. I think it seems to just be like not optimally made or whatever. Keeps doing this crap. Seems in today in particular has been bad. It's odd, like I don't have like other things open on my computer that I didn't have the other days, so.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
So we have his account.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysip, something, or Lear, Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
So that seems like there's a contradiction. He didn't mention... Mr. Hamish didn't mention talking to Mrs. White, did he? I don't think so. Did he? I don't think so. Perhaps they both conspired to kill him.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number
320.
320.
Thank you, miss.
Sometime later.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Dry tropics. Before starting the engine, the power is on. The engine can... The engine has started. The ventilation system is working. According to this water lily greenhouse,
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's.
Oh. let us go do that.
Palm House.
Fuck, where did he say he was?
Ness. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Perfect. Now I just need to find what.
Did they both do it? That's pretty wacky.
It worked perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Didn't do the... So Albert had the lack of experience. Arrest him? Not having an option of doing various things, but straight up arrest
Let's
him?
go to Scotland Yard.
I feel like we can definitely say it wasn't a syndicate in this case. They're making us go through like all these hoops and stuff. Like, Mrs. White could have carried it out, but also, I feel like it wouldn't make sense if it was her. Like, unless I'm missing something, it seems like her motivation just doesn't really make sense. Well, I guess there's this too, right? I mean, yeah, they had like a disagreement or something, but I don't feel like that was enough for them to, for her to like actually do it, you know?
Mr. Holmes?
Locked. Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Sometime later. Well, if it turns out, like, he ends up dead, like, when we go to arrest him. That would definitely be a twist. I'm just touching my microphone. Very nice. And the spot I typically keep it, like, you can barely even tell that's like my microphone, I think. We have arrived at our destination.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Harm House.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Oh.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Wasn't expecting that.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Don't deserve to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having blood on my hands. The amateur seems to always become concerns with my blood. So.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Ah, so the two of them did work together.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Ah, so this is how the map comes into play.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Martin Hand and Montague went to Albert half past 9. So that's like all of them. Around 20 minutes to 10, at 9:40, Hamish and Montague went to the backyard. In 10 more minutes, Dune went back. Martin had at 10 o'clock. Hamish ran to Albert around 10:30. Hamish ran to So it's that. Albert was in the seed house. 10 minutes past 10. He's poisoned at 10:30, I think. So it's telling me this one is wrong? Oh, it's around 20 minutes to 10. Damage return. Oh! That's supposed to be there.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
If we said White had time, then... yeah, I think White was the accomplice. You know, since I feel like I made a bad decision on the first case that I did, I feel like I should have absolved that guy. So I'm going to absolve Miss White, I think. I mean, the dude seems like a douche too. The guy that got murdered. So I'm like okay with this, I think. If it was Albert, that would be really interesting.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your
Oh,
brain.
right, yeah, the Syndicate, too.
I am using it. I do use it.
Albert, like, we have
Now
no reason
that the
to...
rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
Okay,
Right.
Sherlock.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
I am not blaming you, Miss White. You are a young and brilliant woman, trapped in a dull and hostile world. Life has never been easy, men in particular.
You... It is hopeless.
Indeed. Well, it may be true that I cannot yet change the world, but I can spare your life.
My life. There is nothing left to save. I have lost everything. Do you hear me? Everything! And you were just like all the others. You would abuse and take advantage of a vulnerable woman.
I hardly think so. Now just listen to me.
I've tried so hard, but I have had enough.
Miss White, no!
I think he's trying to poison herself.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Frick. Damn it, Watson. The QuickTime events in this game fucking suck, by the way.
This is tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
So it was right. So let's see. Most people solved the case the same way, but most people did not make the same moral choice. They didn't want to absolve her. Alright, well, we're about to stop. That's the 5th case. So there's one more case, and tomorrow afternoon is when we're going to finish up that one and be done with this